Alright, hello, and welcome back to Disco Elysium. Hello there, Vio. How are you doing? I'm gonna try to finish this tonight. There's not a terrible lot left of the game. Well, that's good to hear. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. Let's go. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. All that's left to do in the game is really to finish solving the murder. Well, you go to the island, you finish solving the murder, and then you pretty much wrap up the game, and it goes over all your choices and what kind of person you were. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. You see a gleaming white enamel. No bottles inside. The Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Oh, this is why I didn't take the pinball jacket earlier. Because if you take the pinball jacket, you don't get these pants. The RCM Lieutenant's Pants, +1 to authority, and walking tall, +1 to suggestion. Seems to know what he's doing. Oop. Let's see. These cotton blend pants are very comfortable, yet manage to look official and businesslike. Inside, someone's delicate hand has embroidered a signature on the garment's care label. It says, Perseus Black. Oh yeah, and I'm out of bullets, so the gun is useless now. I'll replace it with something else. Do I have any bottles in here? I do. It's kind of pointless now. I think the store is closed too, so I can't even turn in my bottles for money. It'd probably give me like 20 cents or something anyway. And I'll need the boombox for later. And speed. All the wasted potential. That 20 cents could have bought me anything. How much money do I even have? $157. Real. This is locked, I think, yeah. Can't stop the expression. We're just gonna look like this for the rest of the game. I don't think I have any levels either, no. Kim's room. Wow. Medicinal supplies in the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Half-finished paperwork. These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half-finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. Point to yourself. I'm such a burden. I should just fuck off. I saw apocalyptic visions of the darkness, behind darkness, behind darkness. 3 edgy 5 me. I thought I was dead for a moment.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Yeah, Kim doesn't have a bathroom in here. He sneaks into mine. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. I'm gonna run. Oh, I can't get out. I have to go back through my room. Looks like she left something on the table. Classia's note. Next to the stacks of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. The speed gets me through it. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift.
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any sign of another presence in the shadows above. What could this gift be? Seems like she left in a hurry.
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
Well, it's gonna be up to you to shoot anybody because I don't have a gun anymore. I have a gun, but it doesn't have any bullets. He says he's not. Oh, hand-eye coordination, he says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively towards his holster as he studies the note. Half-light. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Volition. Relax, not everyone is out to trap you. Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
This is the point of the game where all of the puzzle pieces start falling into place. A red thread, made of nylon. It leads out of the room onto the roof. Visual calculus. You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now, a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly. Visual calculus. A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime. To then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime. B double prime. B triple prime. Where does this thread lead? It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime. The island in the bay. Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet? How did she know how to do this?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet. A sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
He looks out the window onto the bay. How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
Visual calculus. She had a long time to think about it after. Standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course. Of course we don't trust her. This is her way of saying she's sorry. I just don't know.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
This is also a location we have yet to rule out.
So it is.
Empathy. For a second, he seems tired. You seem unenthusiastic. Maybe we need to go to the island. Yeah, that's not gonna work. There must be something else we've missed. Should go to the island. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. Suggestion. He's trying to justify it to himself. Perception sight. There, across the gray water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower. I don't have anything to say. This is just something we have to do, Kim. I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one, on the island, from the coin-operated viewer. Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Go. I'm going to the island. Are you in? Go. Actually, yeah. Let's not go to the island. No go.
I understand.
Endurance. He will. He has it in him. Remember an anti-aircraft
Could
gun.
be the makings of a sniper's nest.
He nods. Hand-eye coordination. Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing. Let's go to the fucking island.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
He takes a second to gather himself.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker. She's tarring her boat. I have no idea. Don't we have a boat?
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Leave.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Yeah, let's get in the car and ride it to the island. Let's see. I did. Thank you. Big improvement. It could have used more work, after all. I just took a bullet for this place. You did. I was too distracted to notice. Thanks.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside, then bullets started flying. Anyway.
Oh yeah, I protected this place all right, but I think I got like 7 people killed right outside the doors there, but whatever. Suggestion. He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Okay, Kenny Loggins. The drinks are not. Let's see. Where'd everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses? By the way, where were you when this happened?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Where were you?
Where was I? How do you think I know the crazy shit you pulled off out there? I was there, out on the balcony, protecting my establishment. So, yeah, I guess I'm what you call a badass.
Suggestion. It really took courage. Don't pick at him. Yeah, I guess you are a badass. If you say it as two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Just nod, stoically. He nods back at you, even more stoically. Physical instrument. Just two badass men nodding, stoically. Hello there, Faye. How are you doing? Let's see. Okay, make that 3. The lieutenant's nodding too. Hands crossed. Wow. Alright, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Goodbye.
Hi again, gendarme.
Oh, he doesn't
Bye-bye,
have it.
gendarme.
Doesn't have anything else to say. I think that's... Oh. Oh, well, I hope you get all your work done. Let's see. Elaine. Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think
And
we'd see you
Eugene.
walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
These are the only 2 survivors of the Hardy Boys. Everyone else died
Huh?
in the gunfight.
What?
Unfortunately. I couldn't save them all. Electrochemistry. He's very, very drunk.
Our condolences for your losses.
He says with a little nod, but the remaining Hardy Boys don't seem to register his words. I guess it's there's only one, so the 2 more. Yeah, I guess that's for if more people survived. Let's see. Is he okay? Point to Elaine. What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead? Any idea what happened to Classia?
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
You 2 are just gonna go back to hauling containers in the harbor? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Never mind.
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
He looks at his dazed companion. I am. You, Eugene. Didn't Titus have a brother, Tibbs? He will. Point to Elaine. You just need to sober him up, that's all. You should just disband. Let other, better people take over.
Elaine, he won't be leading anything. I mean, look at him. The man's broken through and through.
Is he
Does
okay?
he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost gray, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. Physical instrument. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition. How badly was he hurt? Yeah, I suppose that was a dumb question.
He wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis, Angie, they're all gone. But he got away without a scratch.
There's nothing left. Nothing.
Volition. He has lost the will to live. Empathy. It's survivor's guilt. He feels like he should have died with the others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way. Not dead, but not really living either. Shit is tough. You need to get yourself off your ass and finish this. This is terrible. I don't think I could go on living after this. You'll get over it.
What?
Dull eyes looking back at you. From the narrow face momentarily light up, and he mumbles, "What?" "Colonel, Wild Pines. All these people responsible for the deaths of your friends. You're just gonna leave it like that?" "The little guy who ran. Shanky. You're just gonna leave it like that?" "Nothing. Just thinking out loud here."
Sons of bitches.
He mumbles something in Mesk. When he sinks down onto the table again, a malevolent smile spreading across his face.
Was this really the best idea? I guess you may have prolonged his existence a bit, if he can still remember this when he sobers up.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
Any idea what happened to Class
Damn
yet?
songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
Take care, you
Yeah,
guys.
You too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
Pain threshold. A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily it passes. Un jour, j'y serai de retour. Press detect. One day, I will return to your side. The graffito has been painted over the traces, the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. Reaction speed. This was Cindy the Skull. Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Smell fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Interfacing heavy fuel oil, isn't that flammable? Step back, Lieutenant. Set the graffito on fire with your lit cigarette. Secret task complete. Light the graffito on fire. The fuel oil catches fire immediately, with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message. Island Empire. What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinaise, or even the coalition aristocrats above the city? They're meant for something above even those. Disco Elysium. You've been policed, Martinaise. God, I'm on my way. Say nothing. Stare grimly into the flames. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face, illuminated by the flames, and nods silently. Then the fire falters. Empathy. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Does Kuno have anything to say for his final words?
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that? I guess that's true.
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think 'cause you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
It's cold like that? Oh, it healed my morale. Let's see. Pain threshold feels good for some reason. And that's it. I might as well just buy his pants. There's no point in that.
We're fun now. Performance buddies.
Let's see. Kuno unzips the jacket again and pulls the pants out of the plastic wrapping.
Kuno could already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt?
Rhetoric. Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Watch out, Pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Oh, I guess there was something on the roof for the antenna, but I don't think I need it. Oh, and I have another level. I might as well just throw it into Island Empire, because I think I need that for the end of the game. I think I have the whole Found set too. So that's cool. Let's see, just go to the island, determine where the shot came from, find the murder weapon, and find the final armor piece. And that's it. Oh yeah, I think I can fast travel there. Hold on. I have to go back to the center, though. Okay, no, it's not letting me fast travel. I just have to walk there. Everyone needs a friend like Kuno. If only Kim didn't didn't get shot in the or did get shot in the firefight, then Kuno could be my partner. But no, this is still, or this is pretty much better. Kuno doesn't add a whole lot to it. He just kind of yells at everybody. He just yells expletives at everybody we talk to.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Also, if you get Kuno, I think you automatically get the good ending, no matter how evil you were. So if you did like everything bad in the game, but you end up recruiting Kuno, I think you get the good ending. Let's see. I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. Some people hurt me. I wanted to talk to you about something else. Your boat.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should have seen the other guys. They're all dead. I have some questions for you.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
Most cops are killers. I was a killer long before this happened. I'm not a killer. I'm a cop. scoff in a masculine manner.
I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers.
Kuno, he's got the, instead of the Midas touch, he's got the Kuno touch. Everything he touches turns to gold. Let's see, you want to go on a date? Let's see. No. Okay. Suggestion. Oh, yes, she does. She needs you need to get your drink on. There's no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals. I like you, but I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman. I want to be close to you, but there's... but one way to intimacy. Let's see. Since the dawn of mankind, Al Ghul has watched over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me. Let's celebrate the ghoul. Alcohol makes closeness possible. Let's connect. I'm afraid because you're a woman.
Okay. Where's this going?
I need to be drunk. You too. Please drink with me on a drink date.
Absurdly and pointedly phrased. You can be quite funny, officer. Anyway.
Oh, I skipped it. What did you want? Let's see. Yeah, she doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later. Let's see. Well, no date for us. Is he scared because you're a woman? Oh, if you play if you choose the fascist kind of route, you start referring to women in this world as woman. Like with the two little dots above the O, and you pronounce it as woman. I wonder, can I dance? Let's see. This is one of the things I didn't do earlier. Omega bye.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Females. Okay, 3%. Plus one high quality audio. Well, I need as much savoir-faire as I can get. Ah, there's plus one to dance. Also, I have to pass the authority check here because something very, very, very bad happens if you do not pass the authority check in this scenario where he starts dancing. %. Let's go. I put on some pants that give me a little... Actually, motorics. I can take some... Oh, do I have speed in my hand already? I think so. I have 2 uses left. There we go. So, let's take some speed. Yeah. Alright.
Hey man, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's still 3%, even with all of that. Okay. Just dance. It doesn't work. Failure. You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body could form into to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you. But just imagine the moves you could pull off in this futuristic beat.
I hope you're not trying to dance with that leg of yours.
Oh yeah, that's right.
A gunshot wound takes time and patience. Be careful.
Oh yeah, that's right. I broke my legs. I guess that's why it's not working.
Goodbye, officer.
Well, no dancing for us, I guess. Let me just reload. I wasted my speed. Don't mind me, just snorting speed in front of you. You should ask the... Oh, did I not ask? I think I tried to ask her out on a date and it failed.
It's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
We need to get to that island. Point to... Oh, wait, hold on. I have to check the field building. I forgot about that. There's one more... We have to rule out the, what's it called? The trajectory of the other bullet. I already did it for the first one. There's 3 of them. This is the second one. It's in the basement of the Feld building. Where's my flashlight? Let me just change my pants and snort some speed so I can dance here. The same slit window you saw from the outside. Oh, is this not gonna... Oh, I guess it's not gonna... What do you call it? Let me inspect it. I guess it's because we already kind of determined that the shot might have came from the island. So I guess that makes it so you don't have to inspect it. It'll just be faster to reload this.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it.
We
The
need
wind is
to...
turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Alright, can we borrow your boat? 2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection. What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Rhetoric. Hasn't been there herself. Who has then? You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has been?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
Encyclopedia. This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the Revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Ask Lillian's twins about the ocean.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go?
The island.
Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
2 days of sunshine, just got a bacterial
I'm
infection.
sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
I have a Red Bull here. Let's see. Physical instrument. That's cool. You're boasting your bacterial infection like that. Let's see. Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye,
Don't worry, I'm gonna do speed on the boat. I won't drink. Let's see. Nod along attentively. What if I want to rock? That's...
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that?
Is there anything I should know before about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Interfacing, aye aye, Captain. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there
Please
then.
be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you. Okay, kids. You've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one boy who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Bodie McBoatface. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there. No, some other island. Of course, that one.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullets. Bullet shells. There's a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important. Wait, what do you mean? You mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Rhetoric. They must mean a human being on that island. But it's cut off. Someone lives on the island?
No.
Boy shaking his head affirmatively.
Yes.
His brother looks at him, then at you.
Let's go with yes.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow and whips out his notebook. Why is he the fire guy?
Because
The boy pauses to think.
he asks to put the fire out.
The other explains. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to the sides like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Starts one of them. It's hard to tell which one now.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points to the streetlight.
Yes.
The boy looks at his toes. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Your father did not kill himself. He killed himself, all right. Say nothing.
I don't know.
It's an idea to go to a sniper's nest on a boat with no cover. Probably not.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
Logic. The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense. Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Ominous. Alright, let me make sure. Is there anything I need to do? I don't think so, but... Nope, everything is locked. That's it. Time to... Oh, wait. Gotta pull out the boombox. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Island Empire. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Savoir-faire. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Logic. Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. Get in and ride to the island. I'm not ready yet.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on the way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Encyclopedia. Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart. Go to the island. Real sad boy hours. I did miss the communist meeting, because I forgot the tribunal happens on day 5, so we didn't get to do that, but it's... Good for the soul. Rue A72 motor skiff. The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. Perception hearing. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break at the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. Interfacing. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast. Point to it. This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
Let's see. What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Visual calculus. It's a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay. Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
This means I sorta got into the depot door.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
Interfacing, he's right. Finish thought. Oh wait, I forgot it. There we go. I think that's... Can I do anything over here? No. Actually, I should probably equip this. There. I think it gives you the chance to get more, like, thought bubbles, I think. Attention! Inflammable. That's the funny thing about the English language, is flammable and inflammable mean the same thing. This... Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black viscous. There's a lingering traces of mazout in the air. Perception hearing. The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Faraway birds, wings touching the still surface of the sea. What is that flutter? The flock of quails departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105. Underneath the flutter. On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves clinging against each other. Conceptualization, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Shivers, of great importance to a few who attend. To the west, Perception hearing. A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. To the east? The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The row tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. Ahead. A low hum. The air slowly moving through a concrete box, though its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Beyond that, further north. Perception hearing. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cassettes, flowers of a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. Below the silence, Col de Mamadaqua. Island Empire. We are way out now. Way out in the west. Logic. No. It's just your imagination. You can't hear such things. Kim?
Yes?
Pain threshold. This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how... It's pretty silent on this island. Have you noticed how quiet it is? It's really fucking silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
I believe, it is the Col de Mamadaqua. Let's see. Sorry, let's move on. Wait. I have to listen to one more thing. The lieutenant nods in silence. Open your eyes. Stop listening. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks on it. Be careful not to fall. The cliff looks steep. Oh, what? The camera broke again. You recognize the little birch from the coin-operated viewer. I broke the camera again. Whatever. Let's see. Encyclopedia. ICM. This feels familiar somehow. Kim, what's the ICM? RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia. A white star. Point to the star on the label. Are those specks stars too? Looks old. What's it still doing here?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Encyclopedia sounds an awful lot like the RCM.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Rhetoric. Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. Endurance. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh. What I'm hearing is, we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army. It's a little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need to rebrand. ICM sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. Just catch your breath.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
A white star. Point to the star on the label. If you recall, when we talked to the dead body, he said, it said, their death was marked by stars.
No, an upside down star.
with its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune. Are those speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A Dolores-era symbol of Insolent, known as the face in the sea. Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
All of the weird symbolism. I broke the camera. I have to save and reload here to fix it. All of the weird stuff they were saying in the beginning that didn't make any sense. It's all kind of coming together in its own weird way. There we go. No way to get up there. Stairs are gone. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Let's see. There was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Spring mattress. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible underneath a worn-out caracool blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently? Do you think whoever slept here is... There are signs that someone lives. Pain threshold. You force the rest of the sentence out through pain. Thick as molasses. No longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. Go to sleep. No time to rest now.
Yes, any time. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
Esprit de corps. You don't have to be a hero. Let's see, you see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Reading materials, books and magazines lie scattered on the floor, and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Sift through them. Most are soft covers, sterilized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This desperate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Encyclopedia, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T. and T. Harpen, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and sterilized stories, you find a magazine, Cathodic, I don't know, for electrical engineering. Then, it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Let's see, conceptualization, 17%. Does anything stand out as unusual? +1, all things communist. No, nothing. Conceptualization, not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. most of it's for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the radio. Nothing out of the ordinary? Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. Visual calculus, The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight. Oh. Let's see, we have the Foul Arrower shirt. +1 to hand-eye coordination. Sleeveless aim. And the, let's see, what is this? This Found training shirt has seen one wash too many. It retains its unusual design. One sleeve short, the other long. But little of its original colors. A giant F swooshes across its chest, now in gray. And Army Surplus Winter Scarf, +2 to empathy. Plight of the underclass, -1 composure. Sucks to be poor. This towy old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it. Yet, you know that thousands all over the Isola are suffering the same fate as you, the fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. A microgrid generator. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the walls to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pour fuel into the tank. Where do these wires lead? What kind of generator is this? Tap on the side. What does this mean? A generator here.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
I feel like those lines should have been switched, but okay. Let's see. The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside it's warm. Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Let's see. What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
Rhetoric. If anyone stayed here, they need a generator. Tap on the side. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift. Pour fuel. Let's see. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder, and the start rope on the other side. Lieutenant flicks the switch. Pull the rope. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old war horse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Leave. Wait. Oh yeah, I have to get there from I have to go across. Wait, are these two separate things, or... No, okay. Some healing, and some money, and some healing. Though money's kind of useless at this point. This hatch is jammed shut. Oh. Water rushes below, far down below. And there's an exit. Felled insular console. Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminum cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. Run your fingers across the keyboard. What is this, then? The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades. What is this, then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, determine it here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Turn emergency open. Push lights interior. Slide the radio dial. Leave. I'll leave for a second. I want to see what the rest of the stuff in here. Let's see. The great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. It's going to tell me it's locked, probably. Small blast door. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There's a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small. What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock. Interfacing. He's right, it would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere? No, this isn't. One more door. We're opening it. I find us not opening it highly unlikely. Sure, you're right. We won't have to open it. This is not one more door.
I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open. It's on.
Let's see. Emergency open. Hold on. Turn on lights interior. There we go. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange. Slide radio dial. The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electrical power has not breathed life into it. Emergency open. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. Half-light, a sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
The lieutenant gestures at the opening. What's there? Point to the door.
I don't know.
Let's see. Shivers. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charcoal black fire pit. A wind picks up, then dies down again. I'm scared. Let's go. A firing slit. You can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a small chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns, echo in the water. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console in the blast door. That's if I didn't have any fuel earlier. I got it from our crashed motor carriage. That's if you didn't get that, and you can come out here and get another one. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with duronamine. Loom fuel canister. It's worth $48. Wow. There's still some kind of fuel in this battered canister. A liter or two. The metal looks decades old. The logo of the automotive manufacturer Lum has faded on the side. Mattress nest. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures. Firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress. A single-person mattress, modern, civilian issue. Brand name Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. Perception sight. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one of them out of the can. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand Tutemuri. Puteri. Encyclopedia. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Duruan, a local blend from the Southern Islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tou Muteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar. Tou Muteri, like the ones we found on Land's End, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
I'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna go get a drink. Okay. Finished my Red Bull, now I got just some water.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall. There's a firing slit in the wall, in front of you, like a little window. Touch the concrete first. Quite old, and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. Look through the hole in the concrete. The springs stretch as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Island Empire. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar. On the left, a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Cape Side Apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 33A and 33B. On the right, the red chimney and collapsed back of a 4-story tenement. In front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10. And the doomed commercial area. And between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Classia's room, in the snow, reflecting light. Motherfucker. There it is. It can't be 100% certain, but...
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Perception side more than that. Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Hand-eye coordination. Check against the cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this, Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I don't want to boast.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Visual calculus, affirmative. Finally. Better late than ever. Why didn't we come here before? A booyah, master cop work. Let's see, I got a level. Let's see, pain, endurance, electrochemistry. I guess I'll need this for later, so I might as well just put my remaining points into this. Finally, better late than ever. Why didn't we come here before? Booyah, master cop work.
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it, booyah, until we have that.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
He looks behind his back, in Martinez, on the island. Right here, point of the mattress. He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, Half-light. He feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Turn away. See, can I go up here? No. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten the remains of the chain. Island Empire. A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in. Electrochemistry. With a bottle in your hand. A bottle in my hand? Why? But it's cold. Raise your sight. Shake your head. A bottle? Always. Why? Island Empire, perhaps. There's someone there. Under the water. Waiting for you. Perception smell. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Pain threshold. Baby, you know it's gonna hurt. But it's cold. Island Empire, but yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes, please. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you've thought about her. A week. Volition. No. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over. Raise your sight. Island Empire. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected, tall edifices of ruins, each into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks, too, pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts like stepping stones lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long. Shake your head. You go over here now. I think that's it for outside. I don't think there's... Walk slow. It might be dangerous. Small white flowers blossom around you. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. No, can't do anything with that. The Deserter. An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Oh, hello again, Vio. We just found the sniper nest, and we We pieced it together that that was where the shot came from. It's like a little hideout at the top of the fortress. And now we walked outside onto the island and we're talking to this guy, called the Deserter. The conversation just started. He just looks up at us, sitting at his campfire. Perception. Yeah, it is perfect timing, actually. Perception sight. Unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. Empathy. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him. A long time ago. This man hates everything. Are you the fire guy? You retained your eyesight. Did you close the blast door? Nice gun you've got there. Sir, I need you to put that gun down so we can talk further. We're with the police. Proceed. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. Proceed. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. You're the fire guy.
What now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire, 2 twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Half-light, a shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless. Did you close the blast doors?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console. How did you know I was coming?
I should have burned that console down.
He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll. It was sad FM. It was not reactionary. It was cool.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bill McGrave? What make of rifle is that exactly?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Encyclopedia. Southeast, Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. Hand-eye coordination. It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing. The Hasinyo commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too. Put your hand on your belt.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
The grip on his rifle tightens. composure, his right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives. Half-light. The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment, he's afire. The next, a fire gone out. Sir, I need you to put down the gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Authority, 42%. I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down. +1, dress code RCM official. Okay, keep the gun down. Let's see, we'll talk. Kim, turn to the lieutenant. Fail. It's a good line, but your voice slips on commander, producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it laying there. Pain threshold, like an amputated limb in the sand. Pick up the gun laying in the sand. Who are you? His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed onto the forearm made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Hasinyao. It's as he said. It's a Triangong made in Hasinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Visual calculus from ballistics. It could have easily been a Triangong 2.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun. Empathy. He's liking this. Stow the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Rhetoric. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time. Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and
The
dull.
commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Logic. 51 minus 8 equals 43. You've been on this island for 43 years.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in '18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years? Who said you deserted your unit? Oh, you said you deserted your unit. What is this place, this island?
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane. That's steadfast. I don't even know what that is.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
Volition. He just couldn't. You couldn't give up. He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water. Shivers. Where the afternoon grows late on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds from above Precinct 41. Esprit de Corps. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite Officer Jean Vicquamar inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol Officer Judette Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eye from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl child revolution? I'm afraid she's gone. She better come. I, too, have given my life to Mazosian socioeconomics. I dare not dream any more. Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Suggestion. What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load. What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith.
A lapse of faith?
And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction? It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid. Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us, trying to run away. And when was this exactly?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction. We all have a little. He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his slight brow moves a little. Let's see. Rhetoric. He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
He gestures towards it.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east. What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground. Like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night. And the sound of the rotors in the morning. Whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels. Or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone. Everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. Say nothing, let him finish.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Gefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers. I know what you mean. Tell me something else.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
Visual calculus. He does seem frail, gaunt for his age, more like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
DRCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Electrochemistry. You also have Duromine. I need to die. Same. We have Duromine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it. How have you coped mentally? Thank you for clearing that out.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. Pain threshold. There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now. You like that, Duromine, don't you?
It's the little joys. The dark joke, a sunshiny day, morphine.
We can help you.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Not appreciatively. I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain. Point to your head. You notice the lieutenant is about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. Empathy. Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on? How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmer graves, right?
They were. They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Visual calculus. You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map. He's walked across. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Let's see. Empathy. He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. You stayed there.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Tuta Mariti cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland? Point to Land's End.
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing. You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people. That's right, we're with the good guys. We enforce the law. We keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. Now, we're with the RCM. Let's leave it at that.
Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste en Hollande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Perception sight, a spray of blood from his mouth, on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rhetoric, Renee, the royalist on the coast, said, "You never signed the revolutionary instrument of surrender."
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Why did the narrator say that? I have the narrator turned off, but he's like, no, I have to speak. It's the end of the game. I didn't get to speak the whole game. Honorable. That's insane. Understood.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Kuno controls the pigs, now he controls the narrator. Wait, what does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head, and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
The lieutenant says softly,
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Island Empire. He was like a cleric, a shepherd. So, you were like a priest?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right? He nods slowly, then another tremor. Point to yourself. I'm also a communist. I'm not really into politics myself. Say nothing.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
A liberast?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
Yep, that's me. This is the conclusion to if you were looking for the last communist. You build your character as a communist looking for the final one, and you find him, and he just calls you a pedo and a liberal. So I'm not a liberal. I told you I'm a communist.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
It's too real. The most communist thing you can do is argue with other communists that they're not communist enough. Endurance. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism. Or even cancer. I have other questions.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using the gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Half-light. Here we go. Trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that.
It's a losing battle. There's nothing you can do. It's always just... it's hopeless.
I've used it to kill people.
Maybe that's, it sounds, I guess, doomer, but I've just given up on convincing people. I just sit back and watch them fight.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Logic. So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Rhetoric. Go in straight, no euphemisms. He doesn't like those. I'm just waiting for the nukes. That's just... Speaking of which, I'm gonna try to get Fallout to work. I think that might be the next game I play is Fallout 3 or New Vegas. I'm gonna try to get it working on my computer. My computer's pretty shitty, but those games can run on a potato, so hopefully I can get it to function. I haven't played Fallout 3 in many years. It'll be good to get back into it if I can get it to work. I did a PC diagnostic thing, and it said pretty much everything was good except for my video card or something, but I was looking in forums and they said as long as you keep everything on low and turn like shadows off, or really low, it should be fine. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Colonel? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Wait. So, which one do I say then?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Suggestion, and why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time. See, wait, which one do I say then? And nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you. Shivers, and in them, a chill. Like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull. What? All is not as it seems.
Detective.
The lieutenant turns to you, with well-disguised impatience. Esprit de corps. Damn it, ask it already. He wants to say... So, are you saying you've killed people active?
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically. Suddenly, he brushes something out of his eye. Rhetoric. What did I just tell you? Drop the ball now. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Colonel?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear. Drama. He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice, we're in. Do it, sire. The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? A fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. His name was Elias Courtenier. He was part of a security detail here in Martinez, a beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company Colonel. You know who I mean.
Oh, yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Perception sight, a drop of blood in the saliva. Logic. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. Hand-eye coordination. The gun. The murder weapon. Is the perfect opener. Perception smell. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Visual calculus. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the gun. Let's see. We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from the island. You're a communist. I talked to the dead man. He told me communism killed him. Let's see. Come on. What am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head. Okay, back off for a moment. Let's see. Show him the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Half-light. Damn. He saw you. He watched it happen. Visual calculus. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. Volition. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you. We saved a lot of them. Elaine, and that musician, we handled it. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Point to it.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
The lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively, dramatically asks, "You think we found the murder weapon?" I'm calling it, "We have the murder weapon."
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. Volition, like a marionette on some invisible string. Suggestion. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from the island. Oh, hold on, I have to throw a point in here. There we go. What shot came from the island?
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Deuces. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
Rhetoric. He's practically admitting it. Dead. Fasces. For fascist. Done his part. You said fasces. You're admitting you killed him. It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into the window in all of Martinez. The view was perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen into the room.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
There's a twitch, then one more of his right eye. Let's see. Suggestion. Almost. He's almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything. Let's see. Hit yourself in the head. Logic. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Classia's roof. Oh, yes. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Perception sight. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Reaction speed. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Classia's benchroom. Now, they're gonna come up. Of course, thank you. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Endurance. Maybe don't beat yourself up anymore, though. You're not immortal. Let's see. Maybells.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
Oops. Empathy. He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even, a strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Let's see. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. A young woman called Classia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
Let's see. Shivers. South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman named Classia.
Classia.
You know her, right? She has intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm. Composure. There's a small tremble. Looks like a smile, a crooked smile. Yet, isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Logic. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything. Wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
Show me your feet. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his foot. Let's see. The perception site. The maker is called Sanastrik, and the size is 42 to 44. Visual calculus. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw on the dust in the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
The lieutenant comes in to the same conclusion. Trauma 83%. Maybe it was more simple than that. Fail. That's simpler. No, this is another loose thread. You will never connect. Goddamn footprints everywhere. I hate them. That's morale. The lieutenant raises his brow. Esprit de corps. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Volition. Not now. Stop yourself. Cough. What do we do now? We're not getting these prints to match.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in the rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly. Some strange process within him. A gush of wind, seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
Rhetoric. This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him. So you killed him. So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
His fist begins to tremble with anger. The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Esprit de corps, hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. Composure while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath. Just nod. Hold your breath. How did you...
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Electrochemistry. There. A hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away. Some dark peace. Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks for a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night before you shot him?
Oh, I got another level. More electrochemistry, because I'll need that shortly. The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips. Logic. The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. Suggestion. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at him that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
Half-light. Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Hand-eye coordination. Click. If it's part of the shit you see.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Logic. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Suggestion. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble. When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Rhetoric. Joyce. He means Joyce. Rich hag. By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep.
Wrinkled up whore.
Whore. A good strong word. I use it often myself. What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist? Cough. Moving on. The victim arrives sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
Electrochemistry. Her body sweating from the drug, slick with cerebral hemorrhage. Volition. This man has seen past her, like you did. Suggestion. And now, he longs to see her covered in blood. Authority. To punish her. How long had you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. You had feelings for that woman.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Empathy. While he stands here and rots. You saw through her. So did I. She did deserve a good punishing. I hate women too, you know? I'm not like that. I don't think like that. Men are insane. Shake your head.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Yeah, I think my kill count's only 3. Past the Feld building.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there.
A cigarette,
She
not,
couldn't see me.
not the other
I could
thing.
see her smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Electrochemistry, and beautiful. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Cyclopedia. In the free state of Seminide, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale. Some kind of hidden container on the coast. You looked into it.
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revershal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Drama. He's setting it up for you. Visual calculus. The bruises. You can't make that out in the scope. And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Let's see. Reaction speed 83%. How does he know these minute details about her body? 83% footprints in the dust, +2. Could have changed his shoe, and +1 found the peephole. Success. Reaction speed. It quickly comes to you. The bruises on her body. Any chances you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Electrochemistry, everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Perception hearing. Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts. You see her through the window on the roof?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Have you ever been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags? Those were your footprints in there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head. Rhetoric. Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen, a quick glance at you. Esprit de corps. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the whirling in rags. Interfacing. And he found use for it, a spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window. You had feelings for that woman, so in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her. See,
There's nothing to hold on to.
Perception sight, the coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others? This is why you left the dried flowers behind your window.
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Volition. It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers. You wanted to console her. You wanted to manipulate her. Something put the thought in you. A compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
He raises his eyes. They're round and wide. Empathy, a brief flash of terror. I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
Half-light, a sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods to you once more. Esprit de corps, one more down. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes. Then at the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye. Extract a motive. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. Esprit de corps. That's it. Motive, we have it. Ayelmi. Another level up.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out something was watching her from the sea fort. Let's see. We arrested her. Lie. I'm not at liberty to say.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Shivers. Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucien Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft. Look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet, still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. Esprit de corps. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across the narrow strip of sea, the ruins of a sea fort sticking out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Viquamer points at the ruins, behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Hedelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where... His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Menot looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Empathy. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Logic. Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Suggestion. You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Physical instrument. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this. We've been looking at anything else you haven't liked.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Composure. A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. More specifically... Yeah, wait. We have more serious things to discuss.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
I'm full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That's all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Now, I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
He breathes in, his breath heavy with hatred. You cannot make out a single word. Half-Light. The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. Volition. Ask about that cock-on parade, too. Make sure you get everything here. You mentioned the Union. Mr. Clare?
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
A rhetoric. Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass. Who's a disappointment, Everett?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't Everard run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
Suggestion. He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed. We're not the first people you've met in the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
He stopped poking the ash now, just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Logic. Of course, maybe the Clares asked him to. Suggestion. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up. Have you approached them? Mr. Drowse, did you kill the Colonel Mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? See.
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
Let's see. Have you approached them? Oh, wait, I said that. When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
Logic. That's around the time the Clares came to power. What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Rhetoric. They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy? Mr. Drowse, did you kill the Colonel Mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Rhetoric. Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. Logic. 58%. What was the deal between him and Edgar? Plus, two talked about Edgar's most precious forewoman. By cock prating in colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petank maniac race traitor.
Just nod. Now, I don't know about... Whoa. Let's back up before you get too agitated.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With a shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza, where a lonely pine tree stands. Perception sight. There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine tree today. There's no one there.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss, shoot me.
half-light, he whispers with such a predatory hunger, it borders on longing. You'd like to kill him. Let's definitely back off now. Calm down.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Electrochemistry. A treat. Better served for later. He's a pleasure to layer. Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Empathy. Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same... You try to think of another thing, but no, it's just hatred. Esprit de corps. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west, in Coal City, his enemy is laying in a dark room, on a metal slider, not breathing. Like he will too, soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron, Vicquemere, paces the jetty 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long, he says. Police work? Patrol Officer Judette Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice, a tinge of warmth too, against the cold air rising from the water. Rhetoric. He's drunk, she thinks. And we all know it. Still, she's just trying to see it in a generous light. 58%. And it doesn't work. Logic, oh no, the connection doesn't come to you. On such a pivotal moment. Pain threshold, slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it. Wait, it was about him meeting Edgar and a deal. Something with the union boss. Punch yourself in the head. Kim, what do you think about this? You know.
Officer.
The lieutenant watches you beat yourself in the head again, the second time in the interview.
Mr. Druss, about this deal you made with Edgar, the death of the colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
Logic. That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Perception side. Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. Logic. Before, when you asked him about the Union, he said it was a disappointment. They promised him something political. They promised political change, and they didn't deliver. Kim, we're not solving this part. What do we do?
Look who's up. You're worse off than me.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this, Mr. Druss, when you're in pre-detention. It takes years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Volition. Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed calmly. I'm glad we talked about this.
It's all gone.
Osef, you're under arrest for the murder of Elias Crontenaire, or legendary. Assess his body language. That's all for now. Stay put.
I ain't going anywhere.
I need this to work, so. Composure legendary. Assess his body language. Composure. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, he's surprisingly okay. Indeed, he speaks fluidly, his movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. Animated? By what? It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads. As he just stares at the logs or the reeds, he also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Empathy. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair. Electrochemistry. And also flashes of lust simmering in there, but not too common in people his age. Dementia? Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life? The lust. Wouldn't his glands have stopped by now? Composure. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they're lucid, keen even, not senile. Electrochemistry. This, it is some kind of substance damage, like he's addicted to something. Not only the painkillers he's clearly on. Mr. Droz, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
The lieutenant follows your lead.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
Rhetoric. He is indeed very lucid at times. Composure. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps. Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Not enough. A greedy doctor, yes. Mr. Droz, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
Composure. There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Electrochemistry. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried. Keep your eyes peeled. You're under arrest.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Empathy. This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. Same. I don't got money for a doctor. I have like the worst insurance ever. They don't accept it like anywhere. I need to switch to something. Anyway, shivers, the wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
Let's see, what's my battery? Oh, my battery's full, okay. The deserter, ...
Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid. Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Yeah, same. It takes like so long to get an appointment. It takes like months before you can even see a doctor. Volition. He's a brave man. Why is he unraveling? Perception sight. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Electrochemistry. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Now I have to pass this because this is important. So, even hearing. Wait. Oh, it didn't work. I have to pass this skill check because you miss something, the most important thing in the game if you don't pass these skill checks. Oh. I want to talk to him. There we go. Okay. Skip everything. Let's see. You okay?
No, I'm...
You're under arrest.
But you said I would be taken to the...
Yeah, same for me too. I'm just gonna die eventually. Whatever.
Your Wayfarer. Do you?
Okay. Okay, I have to...
Information is not required, sir.
Success. There we go. Okay. Perception hearing. There it is again. To the north. As it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper. Stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, what? Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the string of a violin. A very small violin made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shh, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your skin crawls. The Insulindian phasmid. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb. To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. Blink. What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect. I don't know what the hell is that.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny, pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. Half-light. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand moving to your holster to grab the gun. There is. I see it. I've finally gone insane. Put your head in your hands. You feel the lieutenant's hand on your back, and then you hear him say 4 words.
I can see it.
Volition. Thank God. If he can see it, then you're not insane. Logic. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant anthropod. It is real. The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head, like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It's no more than 5 steps away from you. Suggestion. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints as the insect moves its forearms. It produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after a tape breaks. Perception hearing. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. Listen carefully. Whisper, "This is the Insulindian phasmid." Say something to it quietly, something like, let's see, listen carefully. Tick, 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 hiss, tick, 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 hiss. Island Empire, be afraid. You smell wrong. Whisper, "This is the Insulindian phasmid."
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping, slowly, painstakingly so. You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminum. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. Whisper, "Are you sure you won't scare it off?"
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open. From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. Half-light. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid. Okay, take the picture. I'm afraid. It's afraid. Stop now.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has stopped fiddling with the camera, but does not put it down. You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden. Whisper, "Who cares what they think, Kim? Just listen to me."
Shh. Okay.
He puts his finger on his lips and nods. The spindly mechanisms turn itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air slowly. Say something, quickly, something like, "Insulindian phasmid, hey, don't be afraid. You exist." A sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. Empathy. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does? Composure. Something in its body language has changed just slightly. Electrochemistry, 97%. Approach carefully. +3. Lena's childhood experience. +1. Your corpse will be marked by stars. +1. The miracle, way out in the west. +1. Laid the pheromones on thick. Electrochemistry. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps towards the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Empathy. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Endurance. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now. Look up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of this creature is covered in reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. Raise your hand slowly. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. Whisper, okay, Kim, take the picture. Raise your hand. The insect stops stridulation. Seems to observe you. Below, its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes, detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Perception. Suddenly, there is silence. Half-light. No, stop. Be afraid. Raise your other hand too. Put your hand down. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving, independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Conceptualization, praying to you. Whisper, that's right, pray. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. Put your hands down instead. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerges from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Half-light. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. Stand on your tiptoes and more closely. You are right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature. On its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. Perception. Smell. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before. Like burnt roses. Whisper, Kim. It's foaming. Let your heels drop back onto the solid ground.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Lieutenant watches you apprehensively. The foam slowly turns to a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst one by one, letting out that smell like summer burning. Let's see. Whisper, okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level. There's no change in the insect's motion. While it's being aimed at by the camera, it remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops into photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the city, and you as a shadow before it. Island Empire, for all time. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. We got it. Back off. Don't say it. Are you sure? Are you sure this may be your only chance to get to touch it? I'm sure. We got it, Kim. Very high. Let's see. Island Empire, 97%. Tell me, what are you doing? +1, spoke to the hanged man. +2, did not give up on the phasmid. And +1, know of parthenogenesis. I exist. I exist too. I'm a detective. Is this a dream? What's happening? What exactly are you? Are you poisonous? I may have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. This was all. I exist too. Tell me, what's it like for you? Fire. Burning. It's wunderbar. I'm ill. If I tell you, what will happen? Fire where? Inside. In the city. All around. It's going down. On the horizon. Pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end. That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There's only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it's a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Intruded upon by what? Sharps of plants and shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I'm at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light it only feels like something to me. In truth, perhaps I am nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn. You're the type of animal I would like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredible, sensitive instrument. The fuck is happening to me right now? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask? No, I'm not. Why are you asking? Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time, something went wrong and a small leg replaced a missing antennae. That's absolutely nothing. A small leg. That's horrible. That's cool. No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. You don't have a foot there now. Okay, I don't want to hear about more of that. Let's see. Yes, thankfully. Someone ate it. The next time I molted, I grew another antennae again. I'm a detective. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? Also that. The killer. I was born to detect you. He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration. You're destroying him. Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It's meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads, but he has looked at me for too long, and I'm destroying him. Is this a dream? What's happening? No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Where does this come from? All this around me, the world. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies. We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god. That's all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day, with no answer. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or a reed. What exactly are you? I am an unknown species of the older Bantiamodia, endemic to the Insulindian Isola. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading in the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night, to play with trash bins and buoys. Half-light. It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the Revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens Militia in Revachol, District of Martinez, March 51. Are you poisonous? Yes, I do not have a startle display, so I use a neurodegenerative alamone to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it's only destructive over long periods of time. Logic, the deserter, he's been here for a long time. Are you the miracle? No, you are the miracle. How? The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness, a volatile simian nervous system ominously new to the planet. The Pale, too, came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Sindarians do not. The radically symmetricals do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. Wait, the Pale is human-made. I don't have that kind of power. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. I don't have that kind of power. Yes, you are a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Given enough time, you would wipe us all out and replace us with nothing, just by accident. How? We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing, only much worse. You're starting to piece it together. Conceptualization. Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts. Worse how? I don't want to know. Insulindy advancement. Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? Blink quickly. Yes. The edge of the world. Let's see. I've always thought this is the way. Let's see. But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. I've already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much. I will be extra careful not to blink. Stick insect, don't worry. So it is already happening. Soon. One of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed. Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like? Okay, good, forget it.
You're just staring at it.
Then, I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Nothing, just looking at a stick insect, everything's normal.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of. No, I told you what it's about, our fate. The case is meaningless compared to this. Laugh nervously. I've totally transcended the case. Now, our fate.
I should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all. No, there is one more. No, there's no more thoughts. Of all the creatures I've met, you're the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you're the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you're the most beautiful. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class. I can't. I will try. I will. What woman? I will. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that. Disengage slowly. As you turn away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water. The long limbs carry its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. Perception sight, and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north, with his hands raised to his brow. It can walk on water. Whoa, what's that in the reeds?
Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black. Empathy. In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Okay. Half-light. Tremble. The time is now. What time? Yeah, I don't think the time is now. Time for the show. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse in on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. What's that? The language of the gods. Wait. When did this countdown begin? Monday morning, the moment you arrived in this reality. You were the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you, it was spread. This is because of the insane world ending. I've been saying, isn't it? Proceed. Yes, you spoke of the world of the and the house of Periconasus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning. In the coming years, that is why you marked yourself. Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping mechanism? I'm a little afraid. I do think the world might end soon. It's totally also a coping mechanism. I'm a little afraid. So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet, and in the far plain. Volition, perhaps. Just a thought. This has something to do with the hangover. I do think the world might end soon. Let's see. Cop of the apocalypse. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor. Endurance, brother, you've managed to collect all of the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown. And don't think this helmet would have helped me anyway. Look down at your wound. At least my collector's impulse has been satisfied. I'm sure it'll have use for this armor in the future. I got the trophy. Suit up, head to toe. Let's see. It would have looked very impressive. Still, you found it all. Now, your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic. At least now I'm truly invincible. The Fairweather T500 helmet. +1 half-light. Head is a battering ram, -1 suggestion, a fighter, not a lover. This monstrous-looking, bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater. But it's otherwise wearable. If not exactly comfortable, putting it on feels scary somehow. There's all of the armor pieces. And a level. I don't know, throw it into Esprit de Corps. All that's left is the wrap-up of the game, pretty much. Oh yeah, I picked up the, where is it? The T932 rifle scope. A common 30mm sniper scope, attachable to almost any bolt action, 4.46 caliber. It uses an older-style, non-dotted rangefinder reticle. Seaweed is still stuck to the lens, and it's suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. There's the rifle. The bolt-action 4.46 caliber Trainangong is the poor man's sniper rifle. While not the most reliable of firearms, it is relatively precise due to a very manageable recoil, thus allowing the shooter to take multiple consecutive shots fast. This particular piece is missing a scope, though.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Composure, something is very wrong with him now. Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
See.
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Deuces?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gape-toothed mouth shaking. Empathy, with fear and longing. Electrochemistry, like an addict of some terrible substance. Snap your finger under his nose. Wave your hand in front of his eyes. Touch his shoulder gently. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Deuces?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What's happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the Phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Island Empire, there's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Composure, quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now. He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Deuces.
No response. Maybe this is how the Phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forgot, it's there.
Mr. Deuces, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Something... Could it be that there's something hormonal related to the Phasmid? I talked to the Phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the Phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters.
Maybe it's psychoactive. Let's see. Let's see. Could it be there's something hormonal in its relationship to the Phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it much of it's in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
A drama. No one would believe you without it. If you're with Kuno during this, you don't get a camera, and no one believes you actually saw the phasmid. That's what happens if you bring Kuno along here. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Drowse. He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Tap on the helmet on your head. Show him the detached scope. Nothing, just dull staring. Not even rage left with wherever he is. Half-light, the last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Kuno would have beat the phasmid's ass. Kuno would be the new... Kuno is a cryptid. That's what... Show him the detached scope.
I lost...
You lost it, Mr. Drowse. He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid?
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence, not even a sigh. Empathy. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross. The plastic cape flaps around his face. In a gust of wind, his back is slouched and his mouth open. Perception sight. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. Endurance. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker. Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
The boat skiff is swaying in the waves at the dock. Let's return to the mainland.
Yes, we are done here.
His glasses as he adjusts his glasses as he looks out over the water. The skiff rocks gently under the weight of as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. Perception hearing, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Esprit de corps, 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat. As it draws closer, the sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression changes and he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed.
No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Rhetoric. Whatever this is, it's completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. Visual calculus. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses? Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses. Forget about all this. There's a giant... the armor, and no one else seems bothered by it. Who are you people?
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. The armor, no one else seems bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I'm a cop in a goddamn exoskeleton.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Kumar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
Rhetoric. The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence. Authority. As if he recalled that he's, in fact, a decorated police lieutenant, and not a naughty boy. Electrochemistry. The two aren't mutually exclusive.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant. A way to feed me to the wolves. No, Kim. You've got to have my back. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles. Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you. What is this about? Move on.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
How did you know I was here? You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. So, Trent Heldestam turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heldestam. Duped again. No one's who they say they are. You mentioned a task force. Where have you all been all this time?
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this... Turn to the lieutenant. Tell me at least you are who you said you were. Okay, that. It does have something to do with it, yes.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisuragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Esprit de corps, still caught up in this crossfire too. How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
After all that Sylvie stuff, he betrays me. I save his establishment and still he betrays me. Turn to face the general direction of the Whirling and yell, "Damn you, cafeteria manager. You betrayed me for the last time." I understand. Okay, guard told you.
Speaking of which, The giant aerograffito in front of the building. The one that's burning. Did you do that?
It was this one junior delinquent. Yeah, I lit the fire. It was a poetic gesture.
I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trant? I told you it was our shit, kid.
The line is from Lou Giatun's Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism, the titular returning character to ghostly apparition of... Good choice, Harry.
Don't encourage him, Trant.
Okay.
You're at the minutes you're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
A rhetoric. He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was. Actually, I suspected something was off. Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you. I don't like being lied to. Okay,
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Let's see. Judging by the familiarity you feel towards him, 2 years minimum, or maybe a short but close stint on a task force. Suggestion. He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time. So, Trent Hardeston.
Yes, I'm Trant Hardeston. I never said I wasn't Trant Hardeston.
If only Kuno was here, he'd fuck all of them. They're all cunts, unfortunately. Well, they're kind of. They're cops. And I'm supposed to be a cop, I guess. Wait, what's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Oh yeah, what was up with all the interesting history spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Empathy. Him being there with his son. It was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you and also interested in the Feld building. So, what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory, who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Hardeston, and Guillaume Baby.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, first, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does this unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
Esprit de corps. They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, and not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember.
He crosses his arms.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
all will burn, Satellite Officer Viquamar. Make no mistake about it. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police god? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit 1,000,000 times over.
And none of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without stuttering, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Rhetoric. Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definition of money, isola, hail, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? Well, apparently you can be so rich that you distort light around you, so I guess that's not really out of the question. I drank so much I lost my memory and now I'm slowly recovering it. I made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know who I am. I know what I am, okay. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. I'm a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is
Shit
forget
life
their whole
syndrome?
life
What?
because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Oh, it's kind of like, you forget, like, your childhood, right? I think I might have that.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
That sounds rather plausible. I might have that, actually.
He's not a cretin.
Now that I
he
hear
is able
about
to
it.
do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong. I'm too far gone for work. Fuck you all. I don't want to be in your unit. What now?
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Hold on, in the ocean? Feign ignorance? Let's see. It was stolen by Jacob Ew. That wasn't me. It was stolen by traffic hooligans. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't. The time had come. Tequila sunset. I don't know. I don't know what it was doing there. The time hath come.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Wait, my badge? I got my badge right here. Show it to them. I lost it. I haven't found it yet. Lie. What I do have is this futuristic armor. Tap on your helmet. Let's see. Show it to them. Oops. Let's see. Got my badge. Let's see. Item lost. They took my badge. Okay. Interfacing. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Hand-eye coordination. Catch it. 72%, +1. You're proficient in catching small objects. Or let it fall to the ground. Success. Let's see, got it back. Not today, badge. Did I get the badge? Behold, my badge. The drama is unnecessary. I got the badge. All is well. Behold.
And your gun?
Yes, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand. Rhetoric. As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. Gun. Just repeat, gun. My gun is right here. Show him the Villiers 9mm. I upgraded my gun to a rifle. Present the Triagong 4.6 rifle. Show him the pistol.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So, it doesn't matter that I found my gun. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. Lie. So what? I've had a little drink. I tried not to, but I can't work as well without it. Yeah, I'm drunk. I'm also on drugs. I want to say that. You know what, fuck it.
Who are you posing for, huh? I suspect a skate, Harry. Classy as something. Because you were too high to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Classia. She was some kind of a spy for the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Okay, I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, I let her go. As an act of mercy. It's just a small detail in a huge case, you know, and nothing about. It's all the options. It's literally everything we've done in the game. up until this point, this is the end. This is the culmination of all of our choices. That doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust, times a quadrillion. I've come to know the final fate of man and the universe.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Esprit de corps, here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yes, what he said. I also solved the case. It solved all of it. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of this century. I'm just sorry.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
He says with a lowered voice. Rhetoric. It's much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer.
That's from when I told him that I was the killer. And also I'm the sorry cop. I keep apologizing.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
There we go, and so I've got sorry cop and communist cop. Good. Rhetoric, you should yell something. I am a policeman of the state to come. That's not a good idea. You know what? I am a policeman.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is. So, a little discrepancy there.
He turns back to...
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. And the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
There we go. So it knows what drug I've taken the most, and that's speed. So
He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
Okay, so it means I've done a lot of side objectives.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
I tried.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Make me the unit leader, please. The task force commander.
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. Perception hearing. You hear gasps breathe beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Hosannath. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. Say nothing.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
He ignores you, still staring at the phasmid.
Detective?
I fired up the big communism builder. He turns to you. Boom, boom, boom. Come, yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence.
Big
Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
It's all connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. Empathy. This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that made him forget his sadness. Rhetoric. And now, you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never. I also started a nightclub in a church. Also the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest. The killer, Lilianovic Draws. We have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Debarders Union was assassinated by our killer. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. Also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. So, what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back? Point to yourself? Let's see. Established a church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, I reinvigorated the local nightlife. Yeah, I did some kids a solid, turned their lives around. Yeah, and I discovered a unexplored anthroponetic phenomenon. In there too, a 2mm hole in the world.
That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
Oh, I did confiscate the drugs and then I gave them to Kuno. So Kuno literally did get the drugs. So that's...
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
Suggestion. It's not that okay. Get off this subject now. Also, the phasmid's female, the reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Electrochemistry. It was definitely female.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
He turns to you. I had gathered items in the nest, helmet and a scope. I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis. I think it emits a chemical that makes it look like it's like more like the reeds. Conclude I had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female. It could have been male, actually.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation. Just a hunch. It told me.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
Logic. That makes sense to you.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The predator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but...
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
He shakes his head.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
Conclude. It had mandibles that looked like hair.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
He shakes his head. Suggestion. You're doing good here, perhaps only for a moment, but still. The killer. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym? Question mark.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary, hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage, induced by the phasmid semiochemicals. Actually, I'm not sure if I have a motive. I just had another thing.
Possibly induced. But even without that, this man spent 50 years on the islands in the bay, in solitude, loathing what Revachol has become. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from in terms of motive. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Island Empire. It's way more than that. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism. Like a phasmid. It's way more than that. It will win me Dora back. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could just be a little neater. Let's see.
Perfect vaulting mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Perception smell. God damn it, it is bad. Even you can smell it. Electrochemistry. It's just a little celebration. Let's see. The previous head of the Debarters Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open.
That's a pig.
Where Eberhard and Garclair have ears everywhere.
That's pretty funny. Or a giant donut.
Understood, of course.
Esprit de corps, but a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Gasseline 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it. The curse turned out to be possibly entrophonetical, part of my larger investigation into Martinez itself. Nothing, it's not important.
No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthroponetical again. Enough with the solary pale 2mm hole in the word line. This isn't Paradox B. We're a police force.
Encyclopedia. Paradox B is a fringe science magazine published in Grad. Its mission is to explain theories like telekinesis and intrasolary pale before they get out of hand. It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this angle further. Esprit de corps, cut it out, is indeed what he's thinking. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
Kuno is the fucking man. We just walk over to Kuno and talk to him. Okay, so what do you say? Wanna take this hot shit back? Point to yourself.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
He shrugs.
So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
A quick nod. Esprit de corps, but he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Kuno controls the pigs. Let's see.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Island Empire. Now, you will finally get to know who you are. Wait, I have a few questions before we go, about who I am. The man looks westward impatiently. Perception hearing, jingling his car keys in his pocket. Who am I? What am I? Why am I like this? Precinct 41, what kind of station is it? The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Lieutenant Kutsuragi, what will you do now? I'm ready. Well, let me see. The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena.
Who is Lena?
Encyclopedia. She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember? A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
He whispered.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Suggestion. She is going to be over the moon. Endurance. Watch out or she'll faint. Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot. No way. I was a flagellant monk. A guerrilla soldier. Gym teacher. Guerrilla soldier? That does
Harry,
explain a lot.
It explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed. I have collected a lot of sportswear.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have the homosexual underground thought thing. The raw, robust stamina output. Let's see, physical instrument. Also, this guy, just everything about this guy. I'm the gay cop. Hand-eye coordination, God. Even this javelin-throwing freak here. Oh God. Contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
There it is again.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy. Contact
Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principles of open competition. A 5,001 rank outsider.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Curon. I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Perception smell. The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Cyclopedia. Curon is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning. To the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Empathy. His smirk suggests barely contained laughter. Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Island Empire. You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air, filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries. And incredible hope. An ocean full of hope. Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Pain threshold. You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage. Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Reaction speed, not Dora. Dubois. Wait, Dora England? So... we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
Volition, 6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you? 6 years? Oh, okay, 6 years is not that much. It could have been 6, 3. Let's go with 3. 6 years?
Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and the Rangalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
Wow, I felt that one. Okay. Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Huh? Figures? No, I meant, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Yeah, that's true. Every gym teacher I've had was not very in shape. Conceptualization. Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Let's see. Island Empire. Heartbreak. Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
His waifu. Harry's waifu. That's what it was.
The sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this. Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
I need a Sigma psychiatrist.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and MacLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and MacLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester MacLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
Conceptualization. They're damn iconic, though, Torsen and MacLean. An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Suggestion. He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way. And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Esprit de Corps. Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys. Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May. Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? Point to the church.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Perception hearing. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters. So, I work in the Bloody Murder Station.
Okay, it's not the Bloody Murder Station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershall. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Kutsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflecting in the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41? Good luck with your report.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Esprit de corps would fit in? Am crazy enough? Can take the stress? He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. Rhetoric. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
I got a trophy. Recruit Detective Kim Kutsuragi. Precinct 57's finest. Rhetoric. He really is considering it. I'm ready. End.
Good.
Let's see. She looks back at you.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Shivers. The great district hums in the slowly falling snow. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the white horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. The Old South. A man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Esprit de corps. Torsen. Yes. MacLeod. Yes. Heldestum. No. Piquamir. Yes. Dubois. Of course. Really, Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Pulteney Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office. The curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot. Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
And yeah, this is the good ending. We did it. And there it is. There's the end of Disco Elysium. Yay. See you, sorry. What is it? What was I the whole thing? It was, hobo cop, sorry cop, a sorry hobo communist, speed addict, just everything. Wow, that was nice. Oh yeah, and closeted, sorry hobo, communist, closeted gay, speed addict, cop. Yeah, that's. I think we did pretty good. That was a fun playthrough. This is one of my favorite games. Very well written. And you can do quite a lot with it. I didn't get a lot of things done. I missed a lot of side stuff. Well, a lot of the stuff you can't really do in one playthrough, because a lot of it's faction, like, based on, like, your faction, I guess, or, like, what your stats are. I missed the communist meeting and all that, because I forgot that on day 5 is the tribunal. I thought it was, like, day 6, but I guess not. Yeah, that was really good. Got a lot done there. Let me turn it down. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, that's it for Disco Elysium. I'm gonna have to move on to another game here. I was gonna try to get Fallout to work. And I'll see about getting that tomorrow. I don't know what I'll play tomorrow. I'll figure something out. Alright, well, thank you very much for watching. It's currently about 5 a.m. I'm glad I just got it all done in one night. Yes. Well, thank you very much for watching, everyone. And have a good night. Or morning, actually. Yeah, it is 5 a.m. That's gonna be it for me. I don't think there's anything after the credits. And I can't skip them or anything, so. Alright, well, I think that's it. Alright. Alright. Good night.